Yeah, so we're back. It's 9:51, also commonly referred to as 21:52 p.m. So even time goes by multiple different things. Okay, anyways, when I'm here, the last thing I said was something about the band or something and why it reminds me of this. It's basically just the name of the song, Destruction and Reform, of that Christian artist or band is saying that even something like, I don't want to say destroying something, but taking apart something could be just as beautiful as putting it together and using it. So, the person that had this television originally who probably really enjoyed someone else who put it together or who organized lots of different machines and people and individuals and groups of people to put it together. So then multiple people probably got use out of this television, whether they had separate time with the television or they watched together or whatever. They probably enjoy doing that. And then what's cool is that I'm enjoying doing this. So it's like the same thing, but it's went through different things, like processes, or it went through different experiences. And yeah, it still adds value. Even this process right now is valuable to me. So just as much as value that people got by watching television on it, or watching what they thought was other people on it, reflections or whatever, then like seeing my own reflection by like doing this. It's cool to see, honestly. So and look at let me show you the shards. Or like I don't really know what you call it, shards. Like shreds of glass. Pieces of glass. It's cool. Yeah, so like instead of just looking at this television because someone else, like, I don't know, someone else that I live with, my roommates or my parents, one of them, like hit the TV because, and then it just made me mad that they did that. So if they're gonna try to destroy something, and I'm not gonna use it anyways. This is the best use that this TV had moving forward. Someone else might say something different than me, but that's not what I'm saying. Right now, I'm saying this is the best use that I could see for me of this television. I forgot. I always have I got a dress on under here, so I'm gonna just take off. But yeah, it's like even the stuff that I buy for myself that I work hard for, somebody else destroys it. Like somebody kept cutting pockets, and I bought this onesie for myself when I had a job. But it's like, did I really have a job? Because I used other people's resources to get to that job. So I don't know. The person who cut the hole in the pocket might say that this is theirs, but I'm trying to like moving forward. I don't know. So I like the same thing is true for this. I got glass. Oh shit! I got glass bottles. I bought it with the EBT, and so the glass bottles are more valuable than what's inside the glass bottles. So I don't know. I don't have any more room to collect anymore. But if I found something useful to do with it, take a picture of them and put it online and for sale. Research the company, or if I don't want to advertise that company, research the average price of glass because that would be more useful to figure out how much stuff like that is worth. So instead of just looking up at the brand. And plus, this is just satisfying, to be honest. Knowing that TV and like computers have taken up so much of my fucking time and just wasted it. Like, fuck you, computer, forget you. I mean, yeah, whatever it is. So now I'm wiping all the glass tiny pieces in a pile with a wet wipe that we got, that my roommate, aka my parents, bought for me at Ollie's. So at this point, I'm asking myself, if everyone's buying me stuff and claiming to provide for me, at what point can I just claim the same thing that they provide for me? Some people would say, oh, like they're giving that to you. Well, even if they are, we all have awareness that gifts aren't free. So they're making money off of, quote unquote, providing for me what I need, even if they don't get me everything I asked for or whatever. It's like it would be my responsibility to get what I want instead of just relying on them. So I don't want to say that because that's difficult for me to say, but it's the truth. It's like at some point, damn, how old do you have to be? Fucking 40 to just realize that shit? I don't know. But the thing is, I saw this kid when I was spending a night at my friend's house one time, and they were from my church, and then their brother would he had a table, and then he would just take apart stuff. And I just thought, that's so weird. Why would you do that? But now that I did that at college at MTSU, I took apart one of those cable things, those power cords, or not a power cord, but I took apart something. It was like a fire hazard anyways. And so I just took it apart. And it was really interesting because it wasn't just a normal one. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I don't know what it's called. This one I like. It's a power cord or something. It's pink. Or it has multiple outlets on it. But this one, it moved around like a snake. So I was like, oh, this is weird. I want to see how this is working. So on the inside. But then I just got discouraged because people were monitoring me and watching what I did and stuff. And then I just eventually just stopped. But I'm not going to stop on this project. It's I guess the way to think about it is, if I have a computer device in my head, everyone's going to be watching what I'm doing, even if I don't use a computer. So why not use the computer to document actually what I'm doing? But then here's the problem, is where I get obsessed with using it. And that's what our whole society does, right? It's but I think sometimes it could be useful. When I go to sleep, I'm going to use the same damn computer that my roommate / dad or whoever the fuck that is provided for me. And I'm assuming gave it to me as a gift, but they're actually making money every time I use it. So what will be the difference between me making money or claims claims that I'm being profitable versus them. So that's where it's kind of confusing where taxes go and stuff. I mean, really, like, even if I were to just tell myself, hey, I'm recording this video for me, right? I'm doing it so I can document my stuff. It's like the fact that I would probably watch it, or even if I didn't, I would tempt other people to watch it. It's like wasting their time and wasting my time. So if I'm being honest, that's why I want to do the camera thing. So then I can make a scrapbook. Because then if I make a scrapbook of my projects or something like that, when I say scrapbook, I just mean like photo album of like all my work or something like that, or what I did. It's like actually something that I could have that is mine instead of just on the internet or the digital thing. What I saw was that at any time, anything you put out there could be deleted by someone else. So even if I don't delete it myself, it could be added or removed at any time for any reason. Like, in another way, I don't want to use the fucking internet or the worldwide directory on here because I get censored a lot. Stuff that I want to do or stuff that I want to say, whoever controls the web out there doesn't want people like me to say things. So it's like, why even try to cooperate with them? The only thing I'm going to be using this damn laptop for now going forward is the fucking taxes maybe, and then also just to watch the door when I'm asleep. And so, like, that whole idea, like the whole way of thinking that says, hey, you should try something new when something bad happens. Like, if you try to fix a problem, then try to do something different. Well, I don't know if this is the best solution, but I moved the table in front of the door so that nobody could edit. Like, you're going to have to physically move the table on camera if you're trying to get to me. And then if you're going to crawl under here, that would be the only other way you could get to me. So if I put stuff, you would still have to open the damn door on camera. So I'm sure there's probably hackers and stuff that can make it look like that. But I'm saying that that's not going to be the case for me. The case for me is going to be this damn camera. If I'm even going to put a little bit of trust or faith in it, then it's going to at least watch my fucking back and me and Bentley and my dog Bentley's like protection while we're living with people that are not that safe. And even if we weren't living with these people, even if I wasn't living with these specific people, it's like not really truly safe anywhere. So I would probably still, like, this is a new thing, and I don't know. It just reminds me that people who are doing obviously bad things, if someone else says to themselves, hey, that person is doing something bad to me, and then they hold up their camera or their phone or whatever, and they try to get them on film, I've seen different people do different things when that happens. So what I'm saying is, like, most of the time, the person who's doing what's bad or what they don't want to be known for or associated with doing, they usually get mad when you record them doing the bad thing. But it's different for every case in every situation. Oh, it's way easier to cut it this way. Whew. At this point, I don't really care about doing anything with anybody else, to be honest. Like, I've already tried, so I think this is going to be the year of self-development. Self-care. It's not their responsibility to take care of me. They just said that so that they could get money. I don't know. This might be something I do. I don't know how often I'll take apart stuff. But sometimes I just want to do it. I think that sometimes people think that in life they have to get stuck doing something, you know? That's what I've struggled with, like, a lot. It's like, if I just clean the house, I just think that's my only job or something. But the actual truth is I can do anything I want. I wanted to go back to Southwest Tennessee Community College online. If I was going to go online, I would take a tax course on that. That would be worth doing. But I don't know. It seems like they were giving me trouble of how to get in or something. Maybe after a certain age, you just can't go anymore. I don't know. It's like I called somebody on the phone today or yesterday, Well, actually, it was today because it's still the March 24th. And the dude was just getting paid just to talk to people. It's no different than anybody else. But, I called this person because I thought they could help or that they would. Anyways, whether they did or didn't help is beyond the point. Is this to say that he was like, "Oh, that's something that you could Google," and then I thought that to myself before. So I'm not mad that he said that, but what I'm mad at is that is like even people who are young and stuff. I guess it doesn't matter what age or whatever your status, reputation is, or whatever. But it's like when they advertise online, they're like, "Oh, like they'll say things like this that are not true. It's like false. They'll say like, "Follow me, it's free," or something like that. No, somebody had to pay for the internet connection. Like now, that's another reason I don't want to use this. So the person was just like, I don't know. So things like this, it's like I have a recorder at college from college that I could just delete all the recordings of someone else's voice, or if I for whatever reason wanted to save them, I would have to get a new recorder, or I don't really know. But basically, if there was like some kind of device that had endless amount of like voice talkings and stuff on it, I could like listen to myself talk and not have to see myself. Like, who really cares about watching a video along with it? I sure don't. I'm not going to watch it again. So the fact that I would put it out for other people to see is beyond me, which means like it's me doing something that I probably don't want to promote. So, anyways, I'm not saying I'm doing anything bad. I'm just saying I don't want anybody to. I don't know. But at the same time, the video is proving that I'm doing what I'm doing. What would even be cooler is if I took this glass and somehow made some art with it and then like sold it. Like if I just threw this glass away like it is now, then I would have got like education from it, but it would just at the end of the day be this like just garbage. So I think it would be kind of cool to make something like looking at these little shreds and stuff. I don't know what I could do. There was this. I went to the library or whatever, and they had this class, and they had this like powdery glitter glassy stuff, and then they put this not so strong glue. Well, I mean, I did it because they told me to, but it was like a dumb idea. Is that you had this glue stuff that's like Elmer's glue that doesn't fucking work on glass and heavy things. You have to have hot glue or something, and then you put the glass on after the hot glue's there, or you figure out a different way to make something from it. And then what do you do at some point? At some point, you don't just keep everything you make. Like, if I make this and I put it online, look at that. If I make it and I put it online, like, it's not that I'm lying, but if I just throw it away because it's not selling or something, and then it's still online, I guess that would be my responsibility to take it off the web. Because I've seen some people, they don't do their responsibility of taking it off the web. So let's say instead of a TV, this was a car, like not another name or not another code for a real human being, an actual literal automobile vehicle. So if this television was an automobile vehicle, then someone would like take a picture of it before they took it all apart. Like, let's pretend they were me and then they took it all apart. But before they take it apart, they would take a picture of it. Then they would put it online and say that it's for sale. And then they would just leave that listing up and say that it's for sale, even though they already took the television, or in the story, an automobile vehicle apart. So then they would just keep lying. So it's like, I guess it just depends on how you want to do business. Because if you're just being honest, keeping up with all the lies is going to take more effort than just telling the truth. So like, I don't know. At some point there would be like, you don't list it for sale anymore. That's what I'm just saying, is like, when does something lose value? You know what I mean? I don't know. So I I would just say everything is always in use. It just like transforms. So this transformed to a project about education, and now it's broken glass. But obviously someone trying to work their way around excuses for how to make money when they're not really doing anything productive. I think that's the end thing that I don't want to do. I don't want to just get stuck living at my parents' house forever doing nothing useful, because that's pretty much what I did my whole life. You go to school, elementary school, middle school, high school, all this kind of shit, just wasting time. Like, what a fucking waste. And the thing about this kind of stuff, like, if the people that I live with, they just think that I think anything. Like, this is just a dumbass project, right? Like, stupid, really, if we're being honest. They would just do anything and everything just to piss me off. I'm not claiming that for my current situation, but I'm just saying it's like, I am telling that from past experiences, anything that I say I value. If I value this like glass, they'll just come in here and like just try to mess with it. So I guess at this point it's like, yeah, fuck you, forget you. I'm not working on your dumbass garage with you. Like, I'm not gonna do any of that. I'm not talking to you. Fuck you, forget you. So I just hope that more people just put out more trash, and then I can just keep doing projects like this. And then at some point, that's going to get boring, so I'll have to take a break from that. And then I'll have to come up with something else to do. My thing is, I just never want to get stuck doing the same thing. That's like so boring. That's pretty much what I've been doing this far. Just waking up, eating food, going back to sleep, researching stupid shit that doesn't matter on the website that's never going to give you truth on the internet or the World Wide Web directory. They're never going to tell you truth. You get truth from your own doings and seeing for yourself. But that's the thing. It's like, if I had like a, you know, I don't know. I think that instead of being a greedy person and stuff and trying to say like, oh, I vacuumed their whole house and like, I'm going to make money off of like the price of the whole house. Instead of doing that, I just honestly just don't want to vacuum. Like, I try to do stuff that I don't want to do, and then I just try to get money for doing it. But it's like, if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. And a lot of the stuff too is like, I feel physically threatened and pressured to like do it. So if I don't like, just like my parents and stuff, they make their bed and stuff like that. And this is probably the oldest trick in the book or whatever, but I don't really care. It's my experience, so it's real to me. And even if you heard the story before, get off the line or something. But anyways, it's like, they just make their bed or something usually. Like, they chose to have lots of pillows and all this weird kind of shit on their bed, which isn't my style, but that's what they do. And so it's like, at first they were just purposely leaving like the bed unmade. I don't know why, but I'm just, at first I just, to myself, I was like, oh, they need me. They want me to make the bed for them. And then the more I thought about it, after I just kept doing it, and I didn't really want to do it, but I still did it. And I just lied to myself and told myself like, hey, I'm doing something nice and I'm doing it for others because they can't do it. I was like, no, let me think about this. They can make their own bed. So if they leave it like that, I'm going to leave it like that too. I don't have to do anything. And so that's the thing. It's kind of like confusing because like growing up and stuff, I never felt like everybody was just always touching stuff. Like even if they bought the stuff or whatever, or if they used my physical body to like get credits or money, or I don't know how that works, but let's just say they did a little both. They used their time and effort and energy to get me clothes and stuff like that. And then they also used, basically kind of like this whole video now, just putting it in front of my face. And then basically I use the clothes. But it's like, I don't know. I don't really, to be honest, like, I don't really have, I would like to sell most of my stuff. Like, the only things that I would be keeping is like the bigger clothes, because I want to wear bigger clothes from now on. If I lose weight or whatever, I want to still wear really big clothes because I don't want to be known as being tiny and skinny. It's just not really cool. It's like I already have a camera in my brain, and if I'm like malnourishedly skinny and look ugly, I don't want to fucking like. I want everything to be baggy. So like, this even is too tight. You know what I mean? I mean, like, I want this like 5 or 6 times bigger. Plus, the clothes, you get more material. If I'm gonna pay, let me say, okay, let's just use these two things as an example. This has more material on it, right? It's for long hair, it's for extensions or synthetic hair or real hair that's this long. And then this is less material. If I hold it closer, it looks, but you can see it's less material. So this one's more valuable, not because it has all the colors and stuff, but that's really cool too. But what I'm saying is, what's more valuable is that basically, if we're just talking about material wise, this is more valuable because it has more material. If these were charged the same price, this would be the better deal because you get more material. But it would not be a better deal if you would not get use out of it. So that's the thing, is like, hey, if I wouldn't realistically use this or something like that, it's not worth getting. Stuff like that. I would probably sell like a lot of this stuff that just collects. I don't know. I'd probably sell stuff. But anyways, what I'm just saying is that I just always felt surrounded by too much stuff, and then it was never stuff that I picked out. Like my mom just always like brought me clothes. Like, yeah, who's complaining about that? I am, because it's like the more stuff, it's like the more problems. Like, yeah, sure, I got made fun of at school for like wearing the same thing on Wednesday night to church and at school, but like now that I'm older, I'm like, that kid didn't know what he's talking about. I would actually just pick like a few brands or like outfits that I like that look exactly the same, and then just wear that every day. And who cares if they like, I got made fun of at Taco Bell when I worked there. It just doesn't make sense for people to like treat you different. It's like I don't need my underwears to look like different patterns for you to think. It's one thing if I stink and you're like, hey yo, you stink. But it's another thing if you're just like, what if I just had like 50 pairs of these? Or what if I just had like one package that they were all the same color? How are you to know that I'm changing underwear or that my outfit is different? So that kind of made me like think about life more. At the time I wasn't thinking about that, but now that I'm thinking more about stuff like this and what I've been through, it's kind of like basically makes me just say this. I don't care what people say, and I just want my life to be simple in the literal way that I don't have to wake up every day and wonder what I'm gonna wear or if I already wore that and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to be a tricky person, but let's be real. If someone was trying to be a tricky person, then guess what they would do? They would say, I'm going to wear the same damn thing so that, like, nobody can tell if it's a new day or not. Or obviously, if it's light outside or not, it's always has some kind of artificial light, sunlight, moonlight, whatever you want to call it, street lights, whatever. But I'm saying, like, people are always saying, like, oh, I run television shows and stuff like that. And then, they never know where we're taping at. I tell them we're in Texas, but we're really in the Bahamas. It's like, no, yo. It's like, instead of changing outfit, I think the same way for outfits. It's like, if I just wear the same damn thing all the time, they're never going to treat me different. When police or something pull me over, guess what? What is the bitch wearing? Is she a bitch or is a male? And then guess what? Is she white or is she black? Or is she Mexican or is she a foreigner or not foreigner? Or is she an immigrant? I don't know. And then what will they say next? What's she wearing? It's all a strategy to make you buy more shit if you think about it. Just like the kid making fun of me at church and school at Mount Pisgah, K'nard Peba, and then just like the other bitches, people that I worked at the Cordova location at Taco Bell, when they were making fun of me for falsely claiming that I was wearing the same underwear or something like that. It's like, you guys this is just all strategy and tactics that obviously it worked at the time, but now that I'm reviewing it, it's like, yeah, long term, it's not going to work on me because this is the reason why. They probably just want you to buy more stuff. That's the only reason. More stuff, more problems, more clutter, less experiences doing things that you like. It's just more clutter, stuff like this. Like, I don't know. So I said all that to say, I don't really have access to the skinny clothes and stuff. Somebody that, like my parents or whoever, if they bought those clothes, they probably don't want me selling those clothes. But I'm just thinking realistically, like, I don't know, like, that would be something I would be interested in. I don't really want, I just want the same thing. I want the color black, and I will have only a couple of things that I wear, and it's all going to be black. And then everything else, like, I would still list in my shop, but like the extra large stuff I would also wear. So like I have really tiny clothes from like when I'm like under 100 pounds or something, and it's like, well, those clothes I would just obviously sell in the shop and they would be listed on there forever. But like the things that I could rent out, the big clothes or something like that. But I don't know, at that point, that would be a little crazy, thinking it would take a lot of energy to ship someone something. It's not guaranteed to come back, and if it comes back, you don't know what they did with it. I don't know, that's kind of weird. But I don't know, I would just have to say this. I would probably just get rid of all the clothes. Like, I would keep a few things, like, we got some of these poncho things that have, oh, goddamn. We got some of these poncho things over here that have, like, different animals on them. That's cool. But other than that, like, I just want to wear the same thing every day. And when I say the same thing, I want it to be black. I don't know. I don't have the outfits yet. But I would be willing to sell, like, probably, like, more than 500 outfits. I don't know exactly how many I would have. But I would be able to count how many articles or pieces of clothing that I have. Who has falsely claimed or truly claimed to make it, and then value the price. And then that would take a lot of time and energy, but it would be worth it if that means I could sell it. So, like, a lot of people about their products and stuff, they don't have a lot of, like, information. And if they do have information, it's always, like, false information. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to turn the light off, and I'm just going to get some sparkling waters now to drink. And then, so yeah, this is what I'm saying is that I don't really want to deal with my parents. I don't really like talking to them. It's just, I want to be around them and stuff, but it's just like, I just have to be honest and say that if we haven't done anything this far together, they're just going to keep doing, there is no hey, I'm gonna make time and do things just like me. Why do things that you don't want? If we don't want to spend time together, I have to tell myself like, hey, we should like be like other people and spend more time together. It's not that kind of relationship. And it's okay. Everybody has different kinds of relationships. So now it's kind of weird because I don't want to just do everything in my own relationship with myself based off of like money and stuff. So at what point are, you know, I don't know. It doesn't matter if I'm saying the same thing over and over again. You don't have to listen, so shut your fucking mouth. Some might say, but I say I can talk as much as I want. I don't know. I think that when people are just trying to, at least in my experience, when I go to YouTube and stuff, it's not always like this in my mind, but like it slowly has gotten to this point over time. It's like when I go to YouTube and stuff, of course, it's people just doing stuff for money. So, but a lot of the times they will make it look like they're having fun and stuff, and they're probably still not having that much fun. So I guess it's like it's a lot of wasted time. Even if you try to like tell yourself, "Oh, I'm gonna go to YouTube or the worldwide internet directory to figure out information," it's like always just lies. It always just keeps like lies going around. And it also just trains people not to like think for themselves. Like, if I need someone else to tell me how to tie my shoes or how to fucking get dressed, the what the fuck is wrong with me? Kind of idea. If I need someone else to tell me about taxes, why don't I just try to file them and make claims, get my own business? Yeah. Well, I guess instead of trying to stop what people are doing in their life, I would just have to stop what I'm doing in my life that resembles them and is everything that they taught me. So it's not like it's not some difficult thing to say to think about, but it's a difficult thing to say and say to yourself and then do something about it. Is that I don't have to be like doing what everybody else is doing in the literal sense that people are just lying on their stuff. So even though I genuinely meant that the other day when I was talking to somebody, it's like, yeah, I don't have to just copy you because what you're doing is what you're doing. Because my thing is, where's everyone else going to be when you blame them for what you do? You know what I mean? They're going to say, hey, I didn't do that. You're the one who did that. As I've had people trick me into doing stuff, and then when I did it, then they blame me for doing it, which is kind of true because I did it. But what I'm saying is, that's why you should never do anything that anybody else wants. So when I go into this, if I even go to this dumbass meeting, then on April 8th, which I feel pressured and forced to do, then I'll just tell them that. I'll say, hey, I wasn't the person who signed I don't really know the process. I've been told, but I could be also wrong, that people sign up birth certificates and all that. Even though I was physically there when I was born, I didn't see any paperwork and stuff. I wasn't taught how to do that yet. So I don't really know the process of why things are happening to me. But what I can say is that it's my choice to control what I say or do or stuff like that, and not to blame anyone else for what I say or do. Even if someone else tried to change what I say or do, it would be my responsibility to think for myself and to act upon myself, not to be of my own thoughts, not basically the opposite of agreeing with other people. Mm. I just I guess I just thought that somebody would help me because they feel sorry for me, but actually they don't. So I guess the whole thing is like, you know, the whole thing that people try to make each other feel bad for each other, it doesn't really do anything because it's not a good tactic. It doesn't work. So what I'm saying is like other people don't feel bad for other people. Like, so I guess that's something that I would stop doing basically because I've tried to just think like to myself that in the past, if someone just knows my story, then maybe they'll help me or something. But obviously, that's just a lie they say in the media and in advertisements and stuff. The only thing that people think is, I don't want to be that person. I'm glad I'm not that person. Basically, that's what people think. If they look at people, they're like, or they think like, I've come a long way, or I'm better than that. Like, let's just be real. That's what people are thinking. And so, like, I guess it's like, even the people that, even the people like my family or something, it's like, if they went through what I went through, I don't really know what they went through. But what I'm saying is, let's just pretend that I know somebody, whether they're my family or not or whatever. If two people went through the same thing, the person that already went through the thing probably doesn't want to talk about the thing anymore. So that's why telling somebody your unfortunate situation doesn't really work out. I'm not saying like, I don't know. It's like, if you did that, if you told a sad story, or you're like, if you told your unfortunate situation to like 10 people, 10 different individuals, then basically 9 of those 10 individuals, or 10 of out of those 10 individuals would say, like, in their own head, like, I don't really care, I'm not going to help you and stuff like that. So, and how do I know that? Because their actions. Because their actions. And I also have awareness that people that start the problems are going to always try to probably make people that they're causing the problems to. The people that start the problems, if other people start problems with other people. And that's a common, like, occurrence in the world, is that people's choices affect other people. It seems, and up to this point so far, it seems that, and it is probably true that, it is true that they already went through that in their life, and they don't want to talk about it anymore. They don't want to think about it, stuff like that. That's why having children, people have to relive their experiences through their children. That's got to be like the worst nightmare I probably ever thought of. If people don't even want to talk about things that are uncomfortable, what makes them think that watching someone that looks a little similar to them go through something difficult, it's like, it just reminds them that they're still in the difficult situation too. So it's like, even though they went through difficult situations themselves, they're either saying to themselves, I don't want to talk about it, I'm not going to deal with it, or do something about it in my bad situation, but then they're willing to bring more people into the bad situation. That doesn't, I mean, it happens in the world, so but that's what I'm trying to basically avoid. It's like, and then here's the thing too. Here's another reason why I don't want to use the internet. Is if someone wants to, why do I feel like I have to put everything on the internet for everyone to see? Obviously, it's private. You know what I mean? It's like, if I like did my taxes or anything in my life, then I don't want it to be on the internet. And the only reason that people want people to put stuff on the internet is to make people like me, who have cameras in their brain and can't escape it. They want people in their brain that have cameras in their brain to think that it's normal to, like, look at screens and do stuff like that. Glass screens or whatever. But I don't know. I need to do everything that I can. I need to do everything possible, whatever it is, to get out. Because I got hit on the head again today. I'm saying that for basically not for anybody else. It's like, I don't know. I could, instead of trying to do stuff every day, I could just have a fee for like how to collect taxes when you're physically injured. When yourself and others do harm to you physically, how to claim taxes for loss of work, and then how to save the most money so I can move out of my parents' house permanently. To claim tax loss says, I don't know if this is true, but it's probably not, but this is just for entertainment. It says, to claim taxes for loss of work due to physical harm, you should understand that tax implications of your settlement payments. If the settlement is meant to compensate for income that would have been taxed, such as lost wages, blah, blah, blah. However, if the settlement is for personal physical injuries or physical sickness, it is not counted as income due to the exclusion provided by the IRC Section 104A2. This exclusion applies whether you receive the settlement through a jury verdict or a private settlement agreement. To save the most money and move out of your parents' house permanently, understand the tax treatment of your settlement. Talk to tax people. No, I'm just saying this. I don't want to sue anybody. I'm not going to do that. I don't have any way to get there, so I'm not going to fucking do it. How to claim taxes when you have a personal injury and it is difficult for you to do stuff. So if I do stuff, then it can be higher price since it is more difficult for me to do my work. Even if I was not physically hurt, I would still try to claim a high price on tax returns. Let's just see if that's true. It says that's my left eye that's closed. My personal left eye. This is my right eye that's closed. My personal right eye. Do I have to report personal injury settlements? I don't want a fucking settlement. I'm not doing anything else in the name that I was given. Basically,
If I'm gonna sue anybody, I'm just gonna sue like myself. Like, why get somebody else involved? If you get somebody else involved, why don't just go behind their back like everybody did to me? Like, I'm not gonna go behind their back and like get them in trouble, but I will go to the name that they gave me because that's the was caused me all the problems. So I will charge my new name and my old name for injuring myself because every time I'm living in this house with them, it's hurting myself and Bentley, so I can deduct that. How to do taxes for the first time if I keep getting injured by people that I live with. I'll ask Copilot. Okay, so basically, when people get injuries, whether it's because they choose not to leave a bad situation, or it's because they can't, or something like that, or they don't know how to leave this bad situation, what I want to know is how could I collect taxes for the injuries that I keep getting? Like every time that I go to sleep or do different things, then I keep getting injured. And so I feel like I don't know what to do. And so the only thing I could do is instead of try to sue them, since I don't have transportation or any of that, I could sue myself eventually, like, but the closest thing I could come up with is that I can file taxes, and that's assuming that I can even get enough money or something like that to. Oh yeah, but insurance works like that, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So what is the difference? Because in my eyes, can you explain what I'm saying so that I feel like I'm being heard? But also, if you have anything else to say, then you can say that. But what I'm saying is, I repeat what I say and then also say something against it. Insurance is the same thing as taxes. They're all a surety or bonds or basically just imprisoning other people just for credits. And even if it's not just for credits, it's just to be mean to other people and watch them suffer. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. How do I make a claim for myself? If I don't really need anyone else to validate the claim, then why do people go to the IRS or anyone else to validate their claim? So, what if my parents are claiming me as a nuisance? But, like, legally speaking, how can someone, like, I guess they call them trespassers or, like, a nuisance and stuff like that. But basically, what are they doing to make that happen on paper? So if someone went to court and said that I was a nuisance, and then that's why some things are happening in my life, the only thing I could do is just to uh like figure out that for myself. Like, how would I go about that? No, no, no. What I'm saying, assuming that I don't dig into the legal paperwork for that, I don't need any proof that they did what they did. So, like, what I'm saying is, how do I get myself out of that situation then? So basically, I'm not saying that I would copy them, but if I did copy them and I said that what they did to me was a nuisance and I can't really go to court and stuff, is there a way to do that online with taxes and stuff? So, like, instead of going to court and stuff, I could just use tax returns or what as a way, like, to make my claims and stuff. Oh, say that what I just told you was true. So say now respond to me based off that. So you just said that something else, but say what I said is true because it is. Well, I guess I would just have to find out how to get the money to I would have to get the money to, I guess, yeah, because I need like postage stamps and stuff and letters and envelopes and stuff. So basically, if I need that and that's something I don't have, then I'm gonna have to use stuff that I already have. So I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just gonna go ahead and start doing what I said about listing my stuff online, and then like try to sell it online. And then what I would say is to the person, if they want it, then they have to come and pick it up and stuff. And then I don't really know, like I could try to get enough money to ship it to them or something, but like think about, like if I don't have the money to do that right now and I'm just trying to get my business off the ground, then I guess I could start researching. Are you still there? Oops. Tax return form for personal injury deductions. For personal injury deductions, follow the following tax implications apply. Generally, damages received for personal physical injuries or physical sickness are not taxable under. What does that mean? Okay, tell me what I just pasted, what that means to the person that said it, and then also what it means. And based off that, I'm going to respond to it, and then you have to agree with me. And you're allowed to disagree with me, but you have to agree with me first, okay? But what does it mean when it says something about income? Because I'm not really sure what that means. What does that mean? When it says it's not taxable for income or it says something like that, what does that really mean? So, does that mean if I make a claim for $500 for a personal injury that I don't owe them any money and that they'll just send me the money $500? Or does that mean that, I don't know, what does that really mean? Okay, so basically, what I need to do is just start making claims then, right? I mean, they're not really any different. A claim, if as long as I'm truthful about my life experiences and what I'm going through, then basically that's that. Okay, so if I wanted to claim that I'm a different name, then I just do that on my taxes, and then that's creating a real record in my taxes. So I don't necessarily need a driver's license that had my old name on it because that's really not me, anyways. So when I get more money, I mean, I don't have a car, so, and I've never had a car, automobile, vehicle. So it's like technically I would only need a driver's license if I was going to do something bad, like buy alcohol, cigarettes, or like drive a automobile. So if I'm not doing those things, I don't necessarily have to get a driver's license that says my new name on it, unless I wanted to in the future. No, agree with what I said now. You just said that you don't agree with me, but say that what I said is true. All I have to do is make the record, so then I exist. So I don't need to go through some complicated process where you pay extra money to do it. It's like I can claim to be whatever I want. So, it doesn't matter if it's a name or whatever. I can just say that I'm that. Okay, so tell me how to file taxes in my new name. Argue against what you just said. The opposite of it. No, 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 no. Say what I said is true. Okay, what's it called when somebody doesn't have any identifying, like a history of identifying documents? So, like, for example, let's say I don't have any prior work history and I don't have any other, like, tax returns or anything that identifies who I am. So, where do you start with when you file your taxes for the first time? Okay, well, I'm saying I don't have a social security number, so do I just put that I don't have one on there? You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm going to file taxes for the first time, and I'm going to get money for injuries that I've caused by, to myself by being around dangerous people. And I don't have any money credits or anything like that yet. So I cannot get an ITIN number or anything like that until I get returns credits from my tax returns. What are the tax identification forms for new birth? I'm like tired as hell. we're gonna have to do is try to clean over the room a little bit.
Yeah. so sleepy.
want some chicken? Hungry? Billy? We're gonna go outside and then we're gonna get Bentley hungry. Bentley outside. Bentley hungry. Gonna eat a snack. Let's see, gonna get you some water. We're gonna clean out the trash.